Yeah, maybe. It just makes me not want to stream on those types of days, you know? Like, when you plan on posting a video to YouTube and making highlights of it and things like that, it's just frustrating when it turns into 50 different portions of a video. I don't mind dropping frames. That I'm okay with. It's frustrating, but I'm okay with that. It's when it disconnects that it frustrates me. Yeah, but has it been Twitch like every day I've been having trouble? I find that hard to believe. Because I've been having trouble with it all week. And I had trouble with it when I was doing Shining Force as well. I've been hearing that auto-hosting had a problem with people going live. Like, auto-hosting was causing problems. I could be wrong. How close am I to the end of the game, Coldor? I haven't even gotten Disc 2 yet. Yeah, it's part of the reason I haven't set it up yet. Really, Nash? Now you're just being annoying.
Check this out.
Really? Come on. I hate when, like, games do something like this. Like, oh man, we just got progression. We're about to have an airship and can do whatever we want. And then they're like, nope, go do another fetch quest. Are you kidding me? It looks like a giant bagel or donut on his counter. Gotta go backtrack and do another fetch quest, guys. Super excited. Wait. But at least we can teleport. So there's that. I just can't remember the name of the town. It's not Might. Let's try this. This isn't it. But at least we got to hear this music again. But it did put me on the other side. Oh. I think this might be the town over here. Because I had to ride the balloon first. I still need to go in there, but I still don't have soap. Whatever. I don't remember the names of all the towns, so... So how'd you feel about those runs last night, Colthor? Oh, damn it. There we go. I was gonna bring up the potential of you, like, hiding away your splits, but I know you don't really feel too excited about doing that. But I don't know. I was wondering if it would help. Because I've seen you destroy that sluggy fight 150 times in a row. Yeah. I mean, you're definitely right there. I just try to imagine myself in your position and, like, seeing and knowing that I'm on a really good run. And I think whenever you start to lose a little bit of time, stuff starts to, like, all die. And I gotta be honest, if I was in the same situation, more than likely, if I, like, had such a big lead and I did something stupid and lost a little bit of time, or I made a mistake and lost a little bit of time, I'd start to get frustrated. Yeah, well, I realize that. I'm just saying, like, wait, how is she back? Yeah. I don't know, I just was wondering if not seeing quite how far ahead you were might help sometimes. Because you're already gonna know what type of run you're on. You know the game that well. So hiding your splits isn't gonna keep you away from knowing that you're on a good run. However, sometimes seeing how far ahead you are, because I know you want that 142. You really want that 142. And when you see the fact that you might just potentially get world record, you're not quite as enticed. I don't have that type of money. Yes, I do. God damn it! I love the fact that we can carry this with us. Hey, what's up, BGG? Oh yeah, you absolutely will. I was just trying to think of some ways to help. Like I said, I was just kind of putting myself in your position, and you know, the whole doing something no one's ever done before is pretty crazy. Listen up, the airship's finished. Yeah, absolutely. You should definitely talk to BGG about it too. Nah, Colthor, I think you're a lot closer than you realize. I think it's very easy to be modest and not think. Especially when we've spent so much time watching other streamers and just like enjoying being entertained by them and things like that. So I think your stream's really close to where it needs to be. You've had very, very solid growth over the last couple months. You have a lot of people supporting you. You have people that are partnered and things like that that are tossing hosts your way. When they can toss it anywhere else, they're coming back to you again and again, Colthor. That means something. That means a lot. You speedrun a very difficult game. You speedrun a couple different games. And then you have some casual stuff on the side to just like slow it down every once in a while. There's quite a bit more going on to your stream than I think you realize. Come with me? Oh, come on! Why isn't he coming with me? He's like OP. Yeah, I think that's a definitive possibility, Colthor. I really have no doubt in my mind that that'll happen. This music, though. It's really weird. Sometimes I have to click out of the emulator. Undo what you have done? What have you done? music though. Looks like the moon. It literally looks like the moon. I do not.
She's in there, and so is Galleon.
Well, okay. I guess we were closer to the next disc than I thought. What the? Feels bad, Mana. Alright, well, let's save now that we're on disc 2. Man, if I would have played for 15 minutes yesterday, I would have gotten the disc 2. That would have been the, like, definitive way to end it. End the stream for the day. It's a goblin. I don't make ugly mugs, I just call them. That sounds terrible. Digging until your hands bleed. Yeah, I knew what you meant, BGG. What is the gift mode? I'm not very familiar with Lufia 2. Well, I've got no money, so what's the point? Oh yeah? No, you might be able to find a New Games Plus file. looked like I could buy weapons here, but I guess not. Are you not changing the names of the files to the name of your particular ROM that you're using? Yeah, exactly. I used to make like save states for people and stuff like that through games like Chrono Trigger and Earthbound and stuff. Well, yeah, you've got the hardware for majority of your stuff, so you don't really need to do software. That was less of a voice crack and more of a something was in my throat. Yeah. With all the glitches and stuff that I've had in Lunar, it really makes me want to start putting out for some of the hardware for some of this stuff, but like I own a majority of the games. That's not so much a problem. Obviously some I don't. But it's not cheap to get all the hardware. I have to fight enemies in this place. Sounds like I'm gonna have to fight enemies in this place. I mean, hardware is definitely the way to go if you want to avoid like any type of emulator hiccups and things like that. Not to mention there's just the possibility of having a way better picture too. Emulator can do a lot, but it's a lot easier to upscale stuff with hardware. And once you have the hardware, you have it. You know, you can use it for everything. Go down. I don't know if this leads somewhere else, but just in case it leads to an item. One thing we have to remember, though, is we no longer have... Oh. Damn it. This has been my first fight. Okay, that wasn't too bad. This is my first fight since starting for the day, and I forgot that it always starts on AI, not on command. I want this. That was not worth it. Really? That's where it took me? Okay. Oh. I will say this about linear, yeah, about Lunar being linear. Lunar does not have crap tons of extra ways to go, which is nice. I don't particularly like dungeons that have like 400 different ways to go that lead you nowhere. That to me gets a little frustrating. Lunar almost always has an item at the end of each extra path, so it makes it feel worth it to explore. Minus a few areas in the game where, you know, opening the chest just basically gets you killed. Well, guys do really good damage. Holy shit, that damage. So Kolthor, remember how I was talking about putting certain items and stuff like that on the character and not having them anymore? Yeah. Yeah. About that. Holy crap. Alright, how much do you hit? Ugh. You guys hit a lot. This guy's a groper. Some of these enemy names are very, perverted, too. This game has a lot of that type of stuff going on in it. Alright, I guess this takes me where I think it does. No? Now I want to check the other side to see where it takes me. To an even bigger area! Yay! No, it's not that. It's just like I can imagine as a kid that half this stuff would have went over my head, if not more. BGG. I'm not very good with lewd jokes, and in the sense of like coming up with them. Is that a tank? That's a freaking tank. That was a freaking tank. Yeah, I guess. I guess you can make anything lewd. So, if based on what Kolthor was saying was right, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the game, then... Oh, come on. These guys can put characters to sleep? How do you stab someone and put them to sleep? That... Well, maybe if they're dead. That reduces my damage by so much. Make the other guy fall asleep.
Summon elemental power.
I have no idea if I'm going the right. I really don't want to keep fighting these guys.
Althena, lend me your power.
It's crazy to me that
Summon
in this
elemental
game,
power.
it's like this straight static line going up for the enemies. Like that's all it is. Yeah, whatever. It's like, okay, amount of damage you do to an enemy throughout the entire game, no matter what type of armor and stuff you get. Straight line. Now, amount of HP that the enemies have and the amount of damage that they can do to you, oh, it's just like straight hill that goes directly up. Never stopping,
Summon
never
elemental
slowing.
power.
I'm just so used to seeing 20 damage, 30 damage. Alright. At this point in time, like, when I do more than 20 or 30 damage to a normal enemy, I'm just like, something's not right here. Jab him in the sword, with the sword in the butt. I kind of expect a steel spanking when someone sneaks up behind me. It's not something I'd want to get used to. I mean, kind of. I've been using the same magic for Mia since I got her. She had that magic at the start. Now, granted, Nash learned a couple abilities here and there. Oh, no. How am I supposed to know what sound it's coming from? What direction it's coming from? How do I help him? I feel like the encounters were designed kind of like boss fights in a way. They want you to use every character, but the way that the way that it progresses is exactly the same throughout the entire thing. The only difference being that sometimes there's elemental weaknesses and stuff like that that you can exploit, which makes it so that, you know, one character can do more damage in an area than they normally would. But when it really comes down to it, the damage is like nearly the same the entire way through. The enemies have more HP, but you're doing the same stuff. Is this a boss fight or just a normal fight? Ah, it's just a normal fight. Okay. So for instance, when I was doing 2 attacks to enemies with Alex, I was doing around 30 damage per attack. So I was doing close to 60 damage. Whoa. Now I'm doing a little over 60 damage with 3 attacks. If I were to go back to an old area, then yeah, I mean, Alex would be incredible in comparison to what he was before. But in standard progression in the game, the characters are pretty much the same the whole way through.
Althena, lend me your power!
Ooh. She might be dead.
Elemental power.
It all comes down to getting the next weapon, PGG. I'll get the next weapon, then if I were to come back through this area, I'd be doing like 35, 40 per attack. Alright, Kolthor. Sorry. Sorry about that. I'm definitely not complaining about the system. It's kind of like a standard template in most JRPGs. You know, your main character kind of gets stronger and starts to kind of outdo the group in most senses. But that's on bosses. The normal battles are consistent. Your strategy changes based on like elemental weaknesses and things like that. It's just normally in JRPGs the numbers just kind of grow a little bit, you know. It's like your main character from the game was always doing around, you know, 20-30 damage. Then as you progress, he's doing about 50 to 100, and then like later on they're doing, you know, 200-300, but then the enemies have like their HP totals are so much higher in comparison, so that that extra damage that you're doing is, it's essentially the same thing, but you're doing higher numbers, if that makes sense. Whereas in this game, it's like the resistances and stuff like that of the enemies are changed so drastically that you're almost always doing around the same amount of damage, but really, you are stronger. It's just not as visible. Yeah. The defense values change drastically in this game. That's really what I was getting at. Yeah, like, I know that if I were to go back to another area, I would destroy stuff. Being able to attack 3 times, I'd be hitting so much harder. But because of how they scale the enemies in this game, you don't see the progression, you don't see the growth. You do on bosses, but it's like, you go through the normal enemies constantly, and then all of a sudden you hit 600 on a boss, and you're like, what? I'm hitting 600 on a boss, yet I can barely hit, for more than 100, 150 on normal enemies. But then the boss has, like, 20 times the amount of HP, so it's like... It's one way or the other. Hi, Zerenka. Neither of them is a flawed system. It's just how it is. They both work. I do like the fact that I get more attacks in this game. Seeing that type of progression is cool. But I think a system like this is more useful for people that go back and do grinding and things like that. Oh no, there's no problem or anything. I'm just talking about the combat system in this game. I'm trying to like look at each one of these games the way I would from like when I started doing JRPGs, I swear, I see all these like these named items, and Final Fantasies and stuff have just trained me that it's probably bad and I should not give it to a character. But increases magic resistance. Okay, we'll hold on to it for now. Since I don't tend to like grind in JRPGs, I tend to kind of like, I don't want to say run through them, because if there's anything to do that gives storyline, I tend to do it.
Summon elemental power.
So if there's extra stuff to do, I normally do on a casual playthrough of a game. However, I'm the type of person that will get to a boss, and let's say a boss just like immediately destroys me. My first thought process is not, well, I better go grind a bit because I could not beat this boss with my current HP and everything else, or I better get better equipment and things like that. That's never my thought process. My thought process is always, okay, let me look at what I currently have and what I could do differently about this fight. And I feel like this game kind of caters to that. I don't think you have to go back and grind. I think it would help, but I don't think you have to. You can look at the resources that you have, you can switch your equipment around a little bit, you can change the position of your characters based on what type of attacks the boss does and stuff. And I like that. I like that ability. I do not like when a game forces you to grind to progress through a boss. And, I mean, you might have seen me run away from a lot of fights here, and not even necessarily run away, but, just avoid encounters in general. Jeez. But for the most part, I fight almost every fight available in a game. But I feel like if you fight every fight available in a game, then you should end up where you're supposed to be by the end of the game. You shouldn't have to grind anymore then. And that's the mentality that I tend to use. Yeah, like your healers have very limited mana or MP to use, whatever it actually stands for in this game. So you can't just spam heal every turn. And then like bosses and enemies do ridiculous amount of damage. Based on what I've been told, I'm about 2/3 of the way through. I just switched to disc 2. Like 15 minutes ago, I think. Maybe 30 minutes ago. I'll try to have the estimate for each game, but obviously, you know, like, going through each person's different, so. Yeah, like, let's take Final Fantasy VII, for instance. Well, let's take Final Fantasy games, for instance, just in general. Most of the time, a Final Fantasy healer can heal an entire party for full. So instead, Final Fantasy throws in a lot of, like, instant death attacks, or status effects that you have to deal with. And those like hinder your healer from doing much of anything. So like in Final Fantasy games, they counter healing by throwing that type of stuff at you instead. This game has a lot of both. This game has, like, your healers can't full heal everybody. Every enemy has a status effect of some kind. What I do like about this, though, that this game has done more than... that I feel more games should do, is that my healer can do loads of damage with physical attacks. She has no magic attacks that she can use, which is okay. See, I never had to really use a healer to heal, except for on bosses in Final Fantasy games. Oops. But I used a lot of items. Shin Megami Tensei games, yeah, those are a completely different story. Well, no, in Final Fantasy, when I'm talking about battles and stuff like that, I'm talking primarily about bosses. And in Final Fantasy games, come on, let's admit, once you get to a certain point in the game, almost every boss has some type of AoE that they do that does a lot of damage that requires you to at least heal at some point in time. It's almost like a, changing the save state name...
Summon elemental power.
Change the save state and file name to match my ROM is not working. You can try vice versa. You can try changing your ROM. Do you have any other save states somewhere? It might be possible that you think the file path to where your save states are at are actually not where they're at. So you could check to see if you actually have save states somewhere else.
Summon elemental power.
For instance, like, I've got a folder for SNES save states, but that's not actually where they save on my computer. Well, another thing about the Shin Megami Tensei games... What is that? Sorry, sometimes I get, when I'm trying to talk and seeing something in the game at the same time. Ooh, prevents conditions. That'll be nice to have, like, late game. Shin Megami Tensei... I feel like every one of those games has some type of damage check boss. Like, you get to a boss where it doesn't matter what your resistances are or anything like that. There's always some type of boss that does unblockable damage or unresistible damage. And, then you need, like, some type of high HP or a high level thing. How do I get down there? Can't read that. Oh, looks like I can get... maybe not. Hell armlet. Really? I'm giving her a hell gear now? Like, this entire time she's been equipping stuff that's like... heavenly, holy, and now she's equipping hell gear. Thanks. White Mage Rufia, thank you so much for the host. Yeah, I mean, I can see Like this, for instance, healing at the end of a fight's nice, and they plan the fights accordingly. They expect you to, your characters are always going to have, or not healing necessarily, but your characters are at the very least are come back to life. I think that's a huge thing. Even if we like take out the element of being at full HP at the start of every fight, having your characters alive at the start of every fight is a mechanic that every RPG should incorporate. Having to use items to bring your characters back to life before a fight, I think, is a bit silly. Because, well, the one thing that this game does better than anything is that no matter what, all of your characters get experience at the end of a fight. Which makes every fight more meaningful, you know? Like, how annoying is it to fight a boss, and, like, you're grinding these little enemies here that give you 20 experience, 30 experience, and you fight a boss and it gives you, like, 5,000 experience. You want that 5,000 experience to go on every single one of your characters. You don't want it to just go on one character or two characters and things like that. The game's built around your characters having that experience or gaining that experience. Whether they like to admit to it or not, it definitely is. Hey, what's up, Luke? So when you have like a couple characters die on bosses and not get that experience, you see drastic changes in what they're capable of doing throughout the run. And a funny thing about that is I think you actually see that a lot more in speedruns. In a speedrun, if you have like a set path on how to beat a boss, and something goes wrong and one of your characters dies and doesn't get the experience, it changes things drastically in how you have to approach the game then. Really? Like, look at this tank. Come over here. Is it worth it for the item? I feel like this tank needs to die first. Those resistances, though.
Summon elemental power.
Hey, what's up, McCurdy? Thanks for the host. How'd the rest of your run go? Why? Because he's not in my party currently? The music stopped. That's really awkward. Wait, is this where I entered at the start? It is! I backtracked completely. Damn it. It's a lot easier to have self-contained fights in a tactics game. Yeah, sometimes the seeds can be a little bit brutal. I haven't tried it since the changes, though. I'm very curious. I like the Persona games. I like the difficulty, but I do get a little. I get a little bored of the extra stuff after a while. Sometimes it adds some cool character development and things like that, and it's interesting. But really, from what I found with the Persona games, the first couple parts of learning who, like, what a character's like and things like that, it's a little bit boring. Oh no, no! I want to get the chest. Damn it. Yeah, I would say a majority of it's like that, BGG. But once you start to progress to the later, like, character development and things like that for every one of the characters, it gets much more interesting. It gets much more in depth. But it is pretty much just like being in high school for the rest of it. And I haven't played Persona 3, but I did enjoy Persona 4. Well, I enjoyed parts of Persona 4. The visual novel stuff I can deal without. I really could. If there was much less of it, I'd be happier. But then you lose like all remnants of storyline if you don't actually do that stuff. I mean, being in class and having to answer a question, like the teacher calls on you and you have to answer a question, and like taking tests and reading books and, you know, talking and deciding where to spend your time with characters and things like that. I don't so much care about all that type of stuff, but I like the story that you get if you do it all. Well, I'll just say that. Like, the character development in the game was really solid after a certain point.
Summon elemental power.
I really hope she can kill this. There we go. Yeah, there's just a bit too much outside the actual RPG for me. Like, the actual fighting and everything else. There's just too much going on to keep me interested. It actually took me forever to beat Persona 4 because I played it in bits and pieces. And then I got to a boss where it did this AoE attack that you couldn't resist, and you just needed a bunch of HP to be able to survive it. There was no blocking it, there was no reducing the damage. You literally needed around 500 HP on your characters. Oh, place to heal. What a nice goblin. I'm gonna save it again just in case there's a fight coming up. Let's get ready to rumble! Aye. Like, I don't know anything about Persona 3, so I can't really testify to if it was good or not. But Persona 4 had, I don't know, the interesting thing about Persona 4 to me was that the dungeons were designed around the characters themselves. So, you got to see a lot into them and who they were, and, like, the side that they didn't show people, and I found that interesting. But the whole like dating simulation and all that other type of stuff, like, for me, the problem with it is if you're not following a guide, you're not gonna get the best ending or like the best personas and things like that throughout the game, because you don't know who you're gonna be able to spend time with at certain times and things like that. And I don't like following guides for things like that. I shall see a bloodletting. I care not whether it happens to be yours or theirs. Okay. Oh, shit. Do I actually have to fight you? Do I actually have to do this? I didn't get the lewd joke. He said it's like my worst fear. I don't get why it was lewd. I do not leave girls in unknown cities. Eclair was in the endgame credits. She was 100% okay. Alright? He said about going blind. There's a wives' tale about something. Oh, okay. See, I've heard that, but that's not where my mind directly goes. Like, I don't think that immediately when seeing it. But that's pretty funny now that I think about it. I don't... So what, she just like gave up on containing them? She just threw a bunch of skeletons at me. I mean, I like every system to some extent. I like the adventure RPGs, I like tactics RPGs. And I like just standard turn-based RPGs. Wait, what am I doing with Mia? Yep, it just used Dream Eater. Oh, shit. 3 attacks, huh? Okay, then. Okay, so you can only use 2 in general.
Lend me your power!
So I was doing it the right way before. 2 vigors is the highest I could go. But Mia buffing at the same turn would save me a turn. Alright, Ghastly, stop.
Althena, lend me your power!
You can't target bosses with healing items, unfortunately.
Althena, lend me your power!
I've only played the first Shadow Hearts, so
Althena, lend me your power!
I don't know how good the rest of them are, but although I'm not a huge fan of the ring system, I did enjoy the game. Come on. Alright, now we can start. Actually, let's see if I can buff up even more. In the meantime, cure condition.
In the name of the
Yeah, I mean, that might be my only, like, major complaint with this, the game's battle system. Like, I brought up other stuff, but it's just minor stuff. I'm still really enjoying the game. But every boss kind of comes down to the same thing. And now, granted, it doesn't mean everyone had to use this strategy, but it's pretty easy strategy to figure out.
Althena, lend me your power!
I love how when these enemies move sometimes they sound like UFOs.
Althena, lend me your power!
Shadow Hearts is a game where you can kind of become, like, demons and stuff like that in it. It's got an interesting storyline as well. No, not AO. Alright.
Althena, lend me your power!
Yeah, for when the game came out, it had a lot of really good ideas. At first I thought it was dead. Of course. Why not cast it on the person that's... Well, you know what? Let's try fire magic, see if it does any more damage.
In the name of the goddess! By the power of Athena!
Come on, do damage. Well, that was more than your other attack. Alright, so I should be able to attack with everybody now. I can buff her too. She can do some decent damage.
Athena, lend me your power!
Yeah, that's pretty much what I do too. I try to save as much of Alex and Kyle's MP throughout the entire dungeons as possible. And then I just use Kyle and Alex after they've been buffed. You just can't reach those other damage totals. Alright, Matt as a gamer, thanks for stopping by. Good luck at work.
In the name of the goddess!
And yeah, I'll probably see you in BGG's chat at some point. What's my current impression of Nash? I think he did what he did to save Mia. Although, I'm a little annoyed at him for making me do a fetch quest. But other than that, I mean, I think he's doing it because he loves Mia, so... I'm not completely upset with him or anything. It's not like he betrayed us in the sense that he hurt us or anything like that. He's quite literally just trying to keep us out of danger. That was a lot of experience, by the way. I'm upset that he's not in the party anymore. Boss HP is a function of Alex's current level. Interesting. I did not know that. That doesn't surprise me. Loads of games back around this time wanted to... I just wanted to go back and heal at the Athena statue, but I also can't remember exactly how I got here, so... might be a bad idea to try. We'll just attack. This game did a lot of stuff that you couldn't probably get away with now. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of enemy scaling based on, you know, your level and things like that. And I don't tend to grind a lot, so sometimes I get to the end game boss and they're a bit too easy because they didn't scale enough. But the good thing about it is for those people that just like grind their asses off throughout the entire game, they still get to the end game and have a challenging boss fight. Nothing's more frustrating to me than getting to a final boss fight in the game and just like it being a cakewalk. I hate that. Like, what have you worked up to that point? Like, I remember the first time I beat Chrono Trigger. Final boss of Chrono Trigger is not a difficult boss. It's really not. But in fighting it and things like that, even with my character's levels and fighting almost every battle throughout the game, was rough. It was an epic final boss fight. I loved it. I don't like feeling overpowered. I like the struggle. This music, though. Yeah, and that's a problem. It feels easier, but doesn't always necessarily mean that it actually is. See, that's how is that fun? Okay, explain to me, for those of you that love to be OP in RPGs, explain to me what the fun is in progressing through a game that's got this like amazing story and things like that, and getting to like this final end-all be-all boss, and you just like kill him without having any threat to any of your characters ever dying or anything else. Like, to me, it takes away from everything in the game. Like, you struggle for everything, and then to be so much stronger than the main... Like, right now, our characters think that they've got no chance in hell at beating the final boss. So if I were to just get to the boss and he'd be a pushover, it would take everything away from the dialogue that this game has been, like, running around forever. I'm not saying that anyone's approach is incorrect or anything like that. I'm just very curious as to, like, why that's something that people enjoy doing. I kind of want to understand where you're coming from. Like, do you just have more fun beating those, like, beating a game like that? Can I fall? It was directory? Okay. Awesome. Oh, okay. I see. See, the growth of my characters, I've always felt more in the dialogue of the game than I actually did their levels. Granted, I love getting a cool new attack and stuff like that, and getting new equipment and things like that, but it's the character's development itself that attaches me to them. Not in the numbers or anything else, but, you know, just like how they grow as a character. See, I never felt that way in RPGs either. I always feel like a lot of the time RPGs are kind of playing it like it's, you know, like a couple days are going by, not months and years and stuff like that. Like, I've always felt like majority of the stories that we're going through are a short period of time that goes by. I've never, like, actually thought about it as a long period of time. Dead weight. Yeah, I don't like characters that are, I tend to, in tactics games, not give characters a chance because they, like, fail in one battle. I already knew who you were. I'm not surprised. Really? I went there. There's a little, like, divot in there. What about Donald? I didn't use Donald. I did use the quote-unquote equivalent in Fates, though. I cheesed the crap out of Awakening and Fates. I used 2 characters in Awakening. That's it. Man, I miss the Fates games. Playing them on the most difficult setting, I should not have started with the hardest one first. Let's just say that. Oh yeah. I used the main characters basically, and I kept them stacked in a group, and that's how I won. I used the book that whenever you attacked, you healed half of the damage that you dealt, but my character was so strong that he always did so much damage, so he always full healed. So I was able to kill the entire final boss with just those 2 characters. Green Earth. I like how we're like in an egg. Alright. So I thought that you would actually have an airship in this game that you could control, but as of right now, it brought us somewhere and that's it. So I'm trying to think of like how much more of the game there actually is. I'd probably say there's a good like 5 to 6 hours at least. It's just my gut feeling, and it has nothing to do with the estimate. I just feel like where the game's scaling at right now. The fact that I haven't been able to buy any new equipment or anything like that for a while. Yeah, I've been told Mozu doesn't end up as good as Donald, and that they intentionally made it so that she can't. 3 options. 1, you go to Kef's Tower without much endgame challenging, you do most of the endgame balanced, but you have powerful options. Well, see, even if you do everything, Nakurdi, in Final Fantasy VI, the thing that makes you broken in that game is the equipment. And a lot of that has to do with the messed up calculations with how the equipment works. And if you know how to abuse it. If you're abusing the ability to basically dodge all magic or not get hit by physical and magic attacks, then the game's easy. But if you're not stacking a whole bunch of stuff like that, it's still a pretty difficult game. Okay, but I'm always a fan of doing the extra stuff, especially if it adds story. I think not getting storyline for the extra stuff that you do makes me never want to do it.
Summon elemental power.
Oh. These guys aren't too bad. They don't do massive amounts of damage, but I'm sure the weakest enemies in this area. But I'm not playing JRPGs to experience what I would be experiencing in real life. I play games because it's not real life. I play it to see. I don't need to be a part of the story, and I think that's the biggest difference for JRPGs normally than like Western RPGs. Is I don't feel like I'm the main character. I'm just attached to the characters much in a way like I would be reading a book. So in that aspect, it doesn't matter what level or how strong the characters are or anything else, as long as they bring some type of storyline element to the game. Yeah, I don't, it's better than the from the other enemies that chase after me. I need this. It's not much damage, but it's a little extra damage she does by casting Blizzard. When I play a game like Dark Souls, for instance, although my character basically has no dialogue, I'm one making the decisions.
Summon elemental power.
And yeah, I like to be stronger and stuff like that in a game like that. Because it's essentially me, that's the point, it's you. But in games like this, we're kind of taking a side seat to the characters. Yeah, we might be the one that's actually controlling them, but we're controlling them in the sense that we're following along with their story. That's 2 fortune rings I have now. Oh god, what is he stepping on? Okay, what do I want to do here?
Summon elemental power.
And honestly, the reason I'm saying that the way I am too. Oh god. Good thing that thing doesn't attack 3 times in a row. when I was making this list, I could have just gone for turn-based RPGs. I could have gone for the definitive subgenre term of what makes a JRPG, and you know, anything else. But I've always felt like the subgenre of JRPG has been used really, really loosely. And I feel like I play games for a different reason. I play JRPGs to experience a story. And I play more Western RPGs to, you know, explore and be the hero and things like that. I play them for different reasons. Like, did that switch open the door? And the enemy could step on it. Did it hinder me in any way that the enemy stepped on it? I do not know. Okay, so last time, that wasn't even really helpful. Because Flash Cut and Blizzard did enough damage. Holy crap.
Summon elemental power.
This is why kids hate the dentist, by the way. Learn a new magic, a new fire magic. I mean, oh wait, that's Jessica leveling up. Mia already leveled up. My bad. I don't know where to go. Please go back down. Go back further. Okay, so that looks like it might be the right way to go. Go away! I don't want to fight you. Damn it. Foiled again. I was hoping she'd go first. Fire kick. Oh, God.
Summon elemental power.
I do still have the ice sword with me. I could equip that. Maybe it would do more damage. I could also just do this. That was much easier. That's a good thing, though. So when are you planning on streaming BGG? What was going on with that enemy? Can I not? Wait, son. What the hell is that thing doing? What does that X mean?
Summon elemental power.
Silence? I thought mute was like dots. I could have swore I saw it earlier, but maybe when it's on enemies it's different. Why was the enemy going to that thing constantly? I'm really confused. Did it like close that door? Can I bait you guys over here? Swing. How are you doing, Overhunter?
Summon elemental power.
I hope Nash doesn't come back severely underleveled. I want this. I don't want to fight both of you for it, but I want this. These guys aren't too bad to fight though. Unless they do their magic, which this one's trying to do, but he'll be dead before he gets the chance! I feel like getting the items is pretty mandatory now because that's where I'm gonna get the endgame weapons. I don't think I'm gonna have a chance to buy them anymore. I could be wrong though. I might be able to buy upgrades yet. guys don't really need to be healed. Nice. He killed one himself. How's that guy closer? Definitely was not closer.
Summon elemental power.
Alright, I think we can kill these guys. Like this. Here's hoping. Yep, we're good. Goodbye. Learn new ability? Nope. Game's definitely forcing me into battles now. Ooh. If only Mia was a little bit faster. Oh, Mia's probably dead. All the better reason for her to be faster. So is everybody excited for the weekend? I know I am, even though I haven't even worked yet today. Oh, okay, so that's... Oh, okay. And apparently now those can chase me ridiculously fast. Holy shit. Yeah, I still have to work tonight, but still, it's always nice to go into work on a Friday and be like, this is my last day of the week.
Summon elemental power.
I really wish I could kill these guys before they got to attack. They do a lot of damage. I was like, it had to have been the one behind me, but it was not the one behind me. Damn it. My guess is Mia and Kyle are probably dead. Oh, she lived with 1 HP.
Come on, get down.
Never mind. Learn a cool new attack. Come on, Mia. Yes! I have no idea what it does, but she learned it. Ooh, what did you learn? Is that finally an ability to revive my guys? Yes! Finally! Prevents status change. Not quite sure what that does.
Summon elemental power.
I never had a first party PSX memory card either. I had this like see-through green one and a red one, like a solid red one. I think the initial ones were like this gray like the console. Oh, come on. I wanted you to come down too. Thank you. Haha, you fool! Well, no matter what, I'm fighting a tank, so... If this goes down a little bit, though, I might be able to avoid it. Not the one on the left. Hey, whoa, okay.
Summon elemental power.
My problem as a kid is I always like to keep all of my save files. So, I would not delete my save files for RPGs. And I would always go back to them like a couple years later and just like refight the final boss and stuff in a game. I always had fun with that. Damn it. Not quite enough damage. Wow! Big spender Nakurti here. Oh, come on! I'm right there! This is not good. Well, we'll try Firestorm, see what it does. If she gets to go, that is.
Althena, lend me your power!
Game's like, oh, you want to try out a new attack? Nope! This is bad. It's not good. Alright. How am I gonna get out of this? I could try to run. I don't think it's gonna work though. Oh good. It worked. No! No! Don't put me in a cutscene. Thank you. Holy shit. Okay. So, we never know if it's going to be like a boss right away or not. So I'm going to save ahead of time. And then we're going to use a couple healing items. You can take this, this, and this. And let's use some of these. I'll say that's good enough. The mobile magic masher? Ah, here's Nash.
Check this out.
You idiot! Bam! Oh man, that face print. Handprint, face print, whatever. That thing looks so goofy. Holy crap, that did a lot of damage.
Lend me your power!
He kind of looks like Gino from Mario RPG with like a bunch of shit around him.
Althena, lend me your power! Althena, lend me your power!
That was really good damage too, but she's just low on MP. I should have healed hers as well. Yay, we did it. You mentally castrated nincompoop? Holy crap. I wonder if it's gonna force us to fight another boss right away. So what level is he now? He doesn't have any new items, that's for sure. Okay. So it brought him to potentially whatever level the main character was, maybe? I like when games do that. If they're gonna force characters out of your party, they better at least level them up in some way or another. I saved, right? Yeah, I saved. I just haven't healed. That time is reserved for the third act. That's Howl's Moving Castle, guys. But, like, the military version. that was interesting. It's a tank. Yeah, it definitely would be. Butt brain. Can I just like teleport out? Where would I teleport to, though? That's the question. Damn it. No. Last time I did this, you immediately attacked me. Come here. Come here. Okay. No. Oh, God! Damn it. Yeah, we're definitely not fully healed. But that's okay! We've got Nash here to save the day! Actually, I'm just gonna do this because it's cool. And... why is that single target? Nash! Come on, man. I love that attack. If only it didn't cost so much. Alright. Now I can get out of here. Wait, how do I get out of here? Really? It can only hit one? Okay.
Check this out.
Holy shit. Nash, I'm happy to have you back, buddy. It's pretty sure this is... oh, never mind, it's down here.
Check this out.
Hit both, please. Thank you. Goodbye. Didn't even stand a chance. Yeah, you, get on that spot for whatever reason. Good thing is I fought the majority of the enemies in this area, so I don't really have to dodge anything. Oh. I did not know this was a thing. But now we need these.
Check this out.
We're getting items. Alright.
Check this
They all
out.
die immediately, right? Good. That's a completely different way to go. So I just managed to go the right way. No, I can't go that way. That's the way I entered. Whatever. Let's go heal. I don't know. I'm okay with the music of this game, although that would be pretty funny. I'm always up for a good pun. Alright, only way to get to our ship is to go through here, so... And we know all the enemies are going to be respawned. See? Told you. Respawn. Let's try and go through these guys quick. Actually, I feel like magic does more damage to these guys, so... Normal attacks and let's spam some magic. Did I go to AI on him?
Check this out.
You don't like how they do? Blarg!
By the power of Athena.
Like a freaking jump scare. I think the tanks are the worst. The tanks are just like moving really slow and then all of a sudden look in your face. Alright, I'm not gonna use the flame one. Costs too much and she barely gets to go. But we're gonna get to heal again here anyway. I don't want anything to do with you, tank. Damn it. I think that tank heard me. See how we can do with this. Just spamming with Nash and
Check
Mia.
this out.
So that's why they don't get the Nash in this area, because it would make it too easy. I get it now.
Check this out.
Summon elemental power.
I don't think I'll learn like 2 pages of abilities, so I feel like Alex has all the abilities he's going to learn. I'd like to be wrong, but I don't feel like I am in this case. Oops. There's an item I didn't find before.
Check this out.
Does anybody know if attacking 3 times is the max that you can do? Interesting. I don't know if I would equip that or not. Maybe for random battles, but...
Check this out.
Seven? I don't think
Check
we're gonna
this
get
out.
that high with levels. That's a lot of physical attacks, though. That would definitely outdamage, doing his spells. Hands down. Heck, I think 5 would. Okay. That's a lot of attacks. Who would want to get to level 99, though? I mean, at that point, I feel like you'll be able to beat this game
Check this out.
in, like, the mid-40s to low 50s. Unless I still have a lot more game ahead of me. Just doesn't feel like it. It feels like the game's coming to a close soon. I feel like if at that point they decide to keep going, it would just be frustrating. How do I get out of here now? Yeah, you can AI. I wonder if I can actually buy weapons now. It doesn't look like it. Okay then. Out we go. Make sure I couldn't go anywhere else. Oh, I guess that makes more sense. Look at those tank tracks. Of course it is! Oh yeah? What makes you say that? Like the Silver Spire seems like it could be the final area of the game to me. Am I healed? Yep. Let's go for it. Oh, Kyle. Cutscene, cutscene, cutscene. Nope. Big Omega laser cannon? Or are we just gonna crash it into it? I'm not sure which would be better. Those look like two little tiny itty bitty guns. Comparison to like the whole. Is it like a force field? It's a standoff. Boo! Bwah, bwah, bwah. Uh-oh. We're going down! Well, at least we damaged it a little bit. Where are we going? It's just sitting right there. It's just right there. Whoa.
Check this out.
Get out of here.
Check this out.
How about it? Tempest! Holy crap, I got lots of these. Alright. Pretty much back to where we were. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Alright, so we definitely want to look for chests in this area. This area is probably going to be freaking huge, too. Oh, shit. No! Go back! I want the chest. If I get a sword for, No! If I get a sword for Alex, I am content with items. You gonna teleport? You gonna teleport? Huh? Nope. These guys take more physical damage. Yeah, depends on how good it is. I have no idea what it is. Like I said, if I get a weapon with Alex, then I'm content. If I don't, however, then I might peace out and...
Check this out.
I really thought there was gonna be a chest up there. No avoiding them, I guess. No such luck.
Check this out.
Either I suck at avoiding stuff, or stuff's like way too difficult to avoid. see that chest there. Ooh, what are those things?
Check this out.
Okay, so those things have a lot of HP. But if she crits twice in a row, it doesn't matter.
Check this out.
Summon elemental power.
Poor Nash. He's the only one. Come on.
Check this out.
I don't know how much longer the game is.
By the power of Athena.
I'd like to get all the chests to see what type of stuff there is, but I'm not gonna force myself either. I feel like there's gonna be another area after this Nakurti. I don't feel like this is like an endgame type area. It's like the pre-endgame type thing, but I could be wrong. Music changed. Not sure if that means anything. I'd say the
this
more
out.
likelihood is that I'll finish tomorrow, but we'll see. I'll go for about 4 hours today, so at least another hour.
By the power of Athena.
I do a review of the game that I played, and then I hold the raffle. So pretty directly after I finish. Yeah, like I said, I don't feel like this is the last area of the game. It feels like this is preempting stuff, so... And although normally I would stream longer if I was close to finishing the game, I've got plans tonight, so... Plans right before work, so I really can't. But I mean, I don't work this weekend, so there'll be plenty of time to finish this and maybe start Grand Stream Saga. And by then we'll know what our next game will be. I have no idea anything about Grand Stream Saga at all. Nothing. You know what the next game will be? I think it's called Grand Stream Saga, not Grand. Gran. I think. I could be wrong though.
Check this out.
I'll find out though.
By the power of Athena.
Yeah, he did. No avoiding that.
Check this out.
You feel dirty? What? You feel like you need to buy another one? I mean, does anybody really own every
By the power of
JRPG? Granted, this one's more of an adventure game, so some people don't really consider it a JRPG. I'm gonna bet it's this one. I guess it didn't matter, they both went to the same spot. No. Get out of here, you freaking tanks. I don't want to fight any more of you. Damn it. Slightly over 500? That's a lot.
Check this out.
Do a double crit. Damn.
By the power of Athena.
Flameria! Costs so much to use. Is this the right way? Oh shit. It's the White Dragon. Poor White Dragon. No, get up here. Up here. I'll save. There's a chest right over there, so I knew there couldn't be a battle.
Check this out.
We're gonna take a bit of damage here. It's always been like a toss-up between Earthbound and Chrono Trigger for me. I like them both for completely different reasons. I replay them all the time.
By the power of Athena.
But I love them both to death. Terranigma's pretty high up there for me too. Insane Shield. Legendary Protection. Let's heal. Terranigma. It was for the Famicom. It just never came to the States. It's one of my favorites. It's part of the Soul Blazer series. If you've ever played Soul Blazer or Illusion of Gaia, it's part of the same series. Hey, the Falcon Bunch, how are you doing? We're gonna save again. I mean, the game just let us heal. I feel stupid for using... Yeah, Terranigma is one of those games that was also released in Europe, but it never made it here. Which is a shame, because I love the game. Is that where I started? Oh. Oh yeah, I love the game. Like I said, it's definitely one of my favorites. It has incredible music. I mean, incredible music. It's very beautiful.
Check this out.
I like the storyline. I feel like what the game suffers from most is a poor translation. But if you can get past the poor translation, it's a really, really good game.
By the power of Athena.
Yeah, we've been pretty fortunate. We weren't, like, overly fortunate back in the day. But we're much more fortunate now.
Check this out.
Nice. Yeah, it all comes down to translation, really. And, sometimes now code's being done in, like, multiple languages. So it's easier to figure out what's going on. It's not just about, like, translating dialogue. Mechanics are easier to change if need be. Damn it. I think that's another cool thing about this challenge is I'm gonna get to play some of the games that we didn't get.
Check this out.
But yeah, if you have not played Terranigma, it's not an incredibly long game, but it's a very, very good game. Can I actually go in here? What's in the box? See, I haven't really gotten games when they first come out anymore. So, like, a game is big and hot and new and all that other type of stuff, and I tend to play it when it's been out for a while.
By the power of
Especially when
Athena.
it's cheaper to pick up. I haven't been anywhere to sell anything in a while. Okay. Game's giving me healing items. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Well, my thing about it is I don't have the time to, like, play games very often. So when I'm playing games, I'm basically streaming. And streaming new games, I have found, is not a very desirable experience. It took me years to beat 7. But first, we're gonna save our game. She did. And then you have the new version coming out soon. Galleon.
Well. It appears our little hero found the way at last. And I have just the thank you you've deserved all along, Dragon Boy.
What? Galleon. Oh shit, I forgot to heal. Ooh.
this out.
Althena, lend me your power!
Ow.
Check this out.
She didn't get to buff me the second time, did she?
Althena, lend me your power!
Holy shit. Yeah, I
Check
guess
this
I was
out.
buffed to full.
Althena, lend me your power!
Alright, so is this his magic
Check
attack that
this
he's
out.
doing? In which case I'm probably dead, but...
Althena, lend me your power!
At least Kyle's dead.
Check this out.
Althena, lend me your power!
Check this out.
Althena, lend me your power!
Okay.
Althena, lend me your power! Althena, lend me your power! Althena, lend me your power! Althena, lend me your power!
Really wish Null would pick somebody up. Good job, Null. Wait, what do I have in my inventory? I do have one of those. I could heal everyone. But is she even gonna get the chance to live is the question. How much does that cost me? 40. I feel like this is a better way to go for now. And if I can get this off with her... She's probably dead.
Althena, lend me your power!
Nice. Okay. Now Mia should be close to full health after this.
Althena, lend me your power!
Okay, so his defense is as high as it can go. Only problem is now I don't really have a lot of healing. I've got no healing to be exact. I need her to live. You know what? Go with this.
Althena, lend me your power!
Okay, Nash is dead, but Nash is pretty useless. Now if Mia can live one more turn, I can put defense up on her. No, not him! Come on! Kyle can deal damage! Nash. You're probably better off using this. I think I got the second buff on her, so let's buff ourselves.
Althena, lend me your power!
No, she shouldn't be able to die to a physical, even a double physical. Alright, buff her one more time.
Althena, lend me your power!
If only this did something for physical damage. Or not physical damage, magical damage. Alright. Well. Should I bother? He's doing some damage. Soon I'll start actually doing some magic damage with her.
Althena, lend me your power!
Just enough to keep him alive for if he would have got hit by a double. One more on him. Now, if Kyle gets picked up as well,
Althena, lend me your
we might be in a really good spot. least an okay spot. I really would have liked to put the MP healing item on Alex and used it there, but this is his last major attack. Alright. It's random as far as I can tell.
Althena, lend me your power! By the power of Althena.
Alright, do I need to do an AoE heal here? Yeah, because he's gonna hit me with magic. So I need everyone as high as they can go. Do you have any? No, you don't. I could defend on turns like this, going forward. Alright, so we're doing about a 150 with physical attacks now.
Althena, lend me your power! By the power of Althena. Althena, lend me your power! By the power of Althena.
Alright, question is, how much reduced damage do I take? Alright, that's pretty significant.
Althena, lend me your power!
You think so?
By the power of Althena.
Alright, now if I do an AoE heal. I really would like the revive, but at the same time I feel like, although Kyle would be dealing more damage if I revived him.
By the power of Althena.
I was really hoping Null would pick him up. So I don't have 2 AoE cast yet. I've got 1 left. How much does it cost? 20 to resurrect. I'm gonna let Mia and Nash die.
Althena, lend me your power! By the power of Althena.
Alright, that's fine. Alright, so Nash is gonna die to the AoE this turn. No healing items. So Nash got the final hit. I was like all planning like crap. I'm running out of supplies. I don't have anything to do. You definitely called it. It was a good call. Alright, so I don't know if this game's gonna pit me immediately into another fight, so... Cutscene? Cutscene? Nope. Damn. She's still under his control. It's too predictable! Oh man, the front cover of the game makes sense now. Okay, what are you doing? Ah! That's quite the outfit.
You shouldn't have interfered. Haven't you figured it out? There's no way to stop this.
Creepy.
Luna? Luna, what are you doing?
amazing, isn't it? Behold, the long-forgotten fortress of Althena.
That's the voice of Galleon.
Impossible.
Galleon?
That was a cool cutscene. My parents, when it came to like things like that, my dad could care less if a girl was in some type of revealing clothing, but my mom would flip out. Dragon Boy! Wait, I didn't get to heal. Oh, fudge. Wait, why is everyone else fully healed?
Check this out.
Althena, lend me your power!
Check this out.
Why isn't he attacking? He's just gonna, like, destroy me, isn't he? You can, I just don't have any on my characters right now. Like, I don't have them in my inventory. I have them on null.
time to die.
Check this out.
Time to die.
What a delightfully inept showing that was for the good team. With them out of the way, I now claim the title of Supreme Ruler. The world is my
Hadouken!
oyster, and dear Luna is now my eternal pearl.
Okay, dude. I hate you, Galleon. Are you dead? Please answer me. Time for you to go full Durgan, kitty cat.
Alex. 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 Never stop believing in your power to change the world, and especially my love for you. For love is the wellspring of all that is good, and far more powerful than you can ever imagine. Believe in yourself, Alex, and you will find the strength to do what must be done.
Yeah, just barely. I hate scripted fights in games. I mean, they give a story, I suppose, but I just wish you kind of knew. Like, the fight should just, like, end instantaneously. It shouldn't go on for a while when you start using, like, endgame items and stuff like that. I've definitely done stuff like that. Where are they? Are they in the battle arena? Nope. I like how the game's using the game over music. Where are they? They're being crybabies somewhere, right? Oh yeah, I just mean like right now the game over music's playing. I like that. Because you actually get to hear the whole thing. Free shit? What? We get free stuff? That's cool. I mean, I don't know how many items I really need from him. I'm pretty stacked as it is, but we can come back to this. Let's figure out where those two noobs are. All crying and shit. Maybe I just had to talk to Mia and Jessica again. Damn it, where are those two? Maybe out by the boats somewhere? Maybe at the bar? Forget which building that is, though. I wish the music didn't have to reload each new area you went into. Kind of kills the mood a little bit. Yeah, I mean, if you think of it in the chance of limitations that, you know, creating a scripted fight is less intensive on a disc. Damn it, where the hell are they? Are they in the building on the left side? Like, where the I'm looking for Nash and Kyle. That's what I was thinking, but I can't remember which building's the bar, so I'm gonna have to search every building anyway. Wonder when I get to actually open these chests. Not that I remember where every one of them is. Guessing this is the bar? There they are. Okay. Well, I talked to them all. Now I go talk to the girls again, maybe? So I don't know how much like inventory space you actually get in the game, but I'm gonna sell some of the crap that I have, the extra crap that I have. I think that's what's most important, I gotta be honest. You can do everything with it. I'd buy healing items, but why buy healing items when I could buy 1 MP item that I could heal multiple characters with? The healing items would be good for battle, but I'll save them in that regard. You gonna explain to us what's going on now, buddy? Might have new weapons? Okay. Let's check. Even though I just bought a bunch of shit. Yeah, me too. Especially if it's good. That's not weapons. That's not weapons. This isn't weapons. I want equipment. These are items. It's not the same thing, Ramus. God damn it. Alright. Yeah, I guess. Galleon defeated by Starlight to the face. He didn't see it coming. Yes! Oh yeah, you're turning into a Durgan now. Yeah. Cutscene? 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 Nope. Flashbacks without cutscenes. Is the music intentionally all glitchy? No, that was just the emulator, okay. Sorry about that. I guess the game does not like that stuff up there.
Wait! Die! Stop! Stop before the path you have chosen strips you of the very power that safeguards your soul! Die! No! Why have you done this? What is it that you can see that I cannot? Tell me!
I see a bright hope for the future that resides in each and every human being.
I see only despair. Despair, 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 despair.
Is he dying?
I know these things because I've kept a secret from you and the world. My real name is Dine.
What? He's been dying to tell me. Sorry, I have to pause for a second just for this. Worth it. Oh shit! It's the Master Sword reveal, guys! Uh-oh, cutscene, cutscene. Da-da-da-da! Yeah! What the hell was that? There it is. A 100 times stronger. Yeah, how about it? This is when Null turns into a Durgan! What? Aw, yeah! Yes. You're definitely bigger. Flying cats turning into dragons. See, that's why I like cats! Chrono's gonna turn into a dragon someday. Another cutscene? Another cutscene? Yeah? No? Maybe? Nope. I love, like, the cuts of music.
at that thing! The fortress of Althena is huge!
Wow. I wonder why this was hidden beneath the goddess tower all this time.
I never heard a word about it when I was studying to be a priestess.
That's because you always ditched class, honey pie.
At least I've set foot in a school, you dumb bastard.
You're both acting like children. Knock it off. See what's happening? A desert of death is spreading below us.
The fortress of Althena appears to be sucking the very life from the ground. If this continues, our whole world will soon be as desolate as the frontier.
I don't think Galleon will stop at desolation. He wants total destruction.
I'll never let that happen.
It does. It really does. If I would have played this when I was younger, it would have blown my mind. My jaw would have been dropped the whole time. Aw, yeah! Oh, shit! Now we get 4 attacks! It's gonna be so hard to put this down today, guys. I feel like this might be the final area of the game, but I think we're gonna call it here for today. I still have stuff I need to do before work. But I'll definitely be here sometime tomorrow to stream. Probably around, 12 o'clock or so in the afternoon is when I'll stream. Maybe a little bit later. So